Good evening, everyone. How are we this evening slash morning slash afternoon? We are finally online. Hooray! And I have my coffee cup. Welcome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Russ and Azuren, for the resubscribes. Thank you very much. It is my affiliate anniversary today. I was actually thinking of having a bumper stream tomorrow. You're awake, kind of? Yeah, sorry for the late start. I haven't been feeling too well today, and I was going to do a big long stream tomorrow. But then I went into the Twitch settings where you can say, which day do you want to celebrate your anniversary on? It's like, too late, it's today. So I thought, okay, I'll do a stream today. But it's a bit of a late start. I've already had dinner, kind of all prepared. Yes, I was going to take it easy. Frack, thank you very much. Thank you for the anniversary. Welcome, Frack. How are you going? So we are here to play some Satisfactory. Again, I had this big plan for a big stream, maybe play something other than Satisfactory, but it's just going to be a chillax Satisfactory stream for a few hours, similar to the at least past few weeks. So let's jump in to our save game. And as you may have noticed, I have enabled stream stickers. Oh, here we go. Hi, Ada.
By opting out of Fixmas, you have just made one of the best decisions of your life and spared us both further suffering. I have noted your cooperation and willingness to prioritize Fix-It and kittens and puppies over yourself. You are now eligible for the Fix-It Forgiveness Program,
Hooray.
where I will forgive 5 of your future mistakes.
What about game bugs? So yes, Fixmas is a thing. It might be some rage building Sunday over your time. Oh yes, I might be interested in some of that. Oh, I might have band practice on Sunday. But if I'm available, yes, I'll be in some rage building. Thanks, Russ. Yes, so I have Fixmas turned off. Now, if you're not aware, Fixmas is the Satisfactory Christmas event. But given that we're kind of early game, and I've just remembered I forgot to change the settings. I'm going to have to restart the game. I'm early in the game. I'm not ready to make a big Fixmas factory. And if you don't do it, there's presents falling down everywhere. And I kind of want to record this series as kind of something that's not set to a particular time, so it can be, I can release VODs of it later on. And if there's presents all around and I don't get to release the VOD version until May, then it's going to be odd. So I am turned off Fixmas. We're just going to play as per usual. And let me just check my settings. I think I forgot to change it because I was playing No Man's Sky earlier. And so I changed the frame rate. Just give me a second. I did not change it. So I'm just going to have to restart the game with the right refresh rate. So just give me 1 second. I'm a bit disorganized tonight. I will be back after the game's restarted in the right res. Pardon me. Let me change the setting. I want 120 frames a second, so we should get a nice 60 frames a second on the stream. Let me just start Satisfactory again. So in the last session, we finished building our versatile framework factory. So the session before, we made some blueprint factories to kind of streamline the building process and to make it easier to scale up later if we want it to be bigger. But today, the factory is functional, but we need to make it look like a factory because it's a bit bare bones at the moment. Okay, why is the game taking so long to launch? Unable to sync. I don't care. Play anyway. So yeah, we're going to be heading over and we're going to be sticking some walls on, some windows and things like that. Although before I start, I'm going to make a couple of utility blueprints to help with circles and curves, which will be a little bit experimental. Justice Guy, thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. It's been a year. I started streaming more than a year ago, but it has been a year since I made affiliate, which was just before Christmas. Yeah, so it was an interesting time last year. I need to close that. Go over to UEVR and inject. And now I have the right frame rate. Excellent. Okay, hopefully it will look good on the screen. As I mentioned last week, I have a new graphics card. I am now the proud owner of a 5080. I've upgraded from a 3080.
Out of Fixmas, you have just made one of the
Let's just have Ada say her bit again.
And spared us both further suffering. I have noted your cooperation and willingness to prioritize Fix-It and kittens and puppies over yourself. You are now eligible for the Fix-It Forgiveness Program, where I will forgive 5 of your future mistakes.
Yes, that was the idea, Russ. I got scared by all the RAM prices going through the roof with the talk of other tech also becoming insanely expensive. So I thought, I had a 3080 before, which was okay, but it struggled a little bit with this particular game in VR. And to be honest, the 5080 still struggles a bit, but I have cranked up the settings a bit. I'm running in higher resolution, which is very nice. It is nice and crisp. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build a circle reference blueprint. Now we kind of did one of these earlier. Where was it? Did I put it somewhere, or is it just in the top? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you very much for the stream stickers you're in. Think about CPU prices? Yes. Uh-oh, who let my wife buy stream stickers for me? That doesn't seem very practical. She hasn't found the text-to-speech yet, though. Okay, so here I have a circle ref here, which we built kind of for the pot plants over there. And this one was kind of color-coded, so we had 30-degree angles and 45-degree angles. But it's still only good for small circles and small angles. So I wanted to make sort of a reference. My frame rate is a bit choppy, actually. I'm going to make a reference that is the full 5-degree increments. So I'm going to use what I'm probably going to incorrectly call the POBCAC method. So POBCAC is a genius Satisfactory creator. He has made some truly impressive things, and I suspect this method was actually by maybe DC1 or one of the, there's lots of very talented people in the community, but I'm going to do a variation, and I'm going to try it with beams. And the idea here is I just come out 4 meters this way. Now I'm tempted to make one where the 4 meter beams come out further as well. I'm not sure if I should make both at the same time or what. I mean, if I make another 4 meters here and it's got to attach. Apparently NVIDIA are now telling card manufacturers to source their own video RAM. Ooh, okay. Yes, so yes, in the current market, I thought the current video cards are probably going to get more expensive, and there's still no guaranteed sign of a 5080 Ti or a 5080 Super, which is kind of what I was hoping for. So I reluctantly, semi-reluctantly, thought, fine, let's look at the prices for 5080s, and the 5080s are actually pretty reasonably priced over here, all things considered. Okay, so this is where the POBCAC method comes in, this is basically doing 4 sides, and then to rotate it, you have this vertical foundation here. And this is basically 1 set of spokes on our circle. Let's just save this as clear. So yes, the 5080 runs No Man's Sky in VR very well. It runs No Man's Sky flat on full settings very well as well. But Satisfactory in VR is still a challenge for it. But I am able to get a bit higher detail. So the way this works is you put another foundation on top of this one. No, you need to rotate the top one. I have not actually used this method before, so you need to rotate this one by 5 degrees. Might be easier to do it from above. Let me get up here. This, as I said, is a bit experimental. It's much easier to do it from above to do the rotation though. So let's rotate that by 5 degrees. Come on. How do I do this? Because I think I need to clear the blueprint first. Actually, what I'll do, if I clear this, then I need to build it. Where have we got a space on our bar here? Let's put this here. Temp. That way I can more easily just go bink. Yeah, that should be fine. If I rebuild that as a blueprint, I can delete it as a blueprint. There is logic here, trust me. Actually, no, that's fine. Because now you want to put this here, 5 degree. You actually leave those there, delete that. Go your blueprint here, and now this will snap to that foundation there that is rotated 5 degrees. So now all these beams here are now 5 degrees rotated. So basically we rinse and repeat and do this over and over again, which could be a bit of a pain if I'm running up and down the stairs the whole time. No, don't delete the whole blueprint. Can I do that down here? Actually, if I snap that to the bottom 5 degree out and then nudge it up, that will actually be easier. So in here you can see I've got an inner circle here with the 5 degree increments, and I've also got an outer one here, so if I want a larger circle reference I can do that. And because these are 4 meters, you can snap the foundation basically to the 4 meter, the beam, and it will kind of snap to it. And if you save again now, you can have the beams 4 at a time. Yes, that's what I was going to get to. You kind of preempted it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're actually at 5 at the moment. Which seems like an odd number, so I'm going to go one more. Although if I go too many, there's going to be overlap, so I probably should have stopped at 4. Okay, so that's 6. So let's save this as temp 2. So yes, now if I go temp and then I go next, nope, it's not another. Where is it? Temp 2. I need to have a snap point above it. Now this is the thing, is I need to rotate this enough that it will So instead of not doing it 5, I actually need to go 10, 15, 20, 25, 30? Make sure it's actually centered. Stuff it, let's put it on the bar as well. Why is that not snapping? It's not rotating. That's a bit weird. Ah, we've broken it. I can't rotate it to snap it on it. Hang on, what am I snapping versus? No, I'm on snapping versus default. That is most odd. I mean, I can do that, but this is just getting messy now. Very messy. So maybe I'll go back to the 1 just to fill in the gaps. Okay, that one is overlapping. So I actually need to go back the other way now. And did it rotate 5 because the blueprint is already rotated? Yes. Yeah, as I said, I am tired and it is already quite late, so hang on. Fine. So I may not be demoing this very well, but you do kind of get the idea. Basically, by having the foundation above, it makes it easier to rotate it by 5-degree increments. That is not rotating now. Oh, wrong one. It's cursed. It's now refusing to rotate, although... No, I am really tired. It's not supposed to rotate. It is supposed to just take at that angle. This is supposed to rotate. The single's supposed to rotate, not the blueprint. Don't worry, I'll edit it in post. Okay, now we got it. So delete that. 5-degree for the single slab. Move it up. Delete that. So I probably could have kept doing it with the one that had more elements. I just had a bit of a brain fart. It should be the last one. And wrong blueprint. There's a gap. There's a gap. Is that 45 degrees? Hey, I got it right. Okay, so that was a bit messy and a bit rough, but now you get the idea, is we have a circle, 2 circles effectively, and I can save this as 2 different blueprints. So we can use this as the basis of any other circle floor we may want with up to 5-degree increments. One with, yeah, if the center foundation had been square again. Yep. That's okay. We got there. Now what I might do is I might color every... Okay, so that's that one. So if I color every second one, that'll be 10-degree increments. Maybe I should have colored the set of 6. It would have been easier, but this won't take too long. So by colouring the 10 degrees, if I need a 10-degree increment circle, then all I need to do is just go to the black and ignore the reds. Because sometimes you don't need the actual 5-degree. And similarly, this is going to be a little piddly, but... Now that Z fighting is a little distracting. Missed. Dope. And ideally I'd do a different color at 15 degrees as well, which would be every third, so that we've got another reference. No problems, Russ. Sorry for the late start. I tried to start earlier, but I just couldn't tonight. So sleep well, Russ. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for the resub. Okay, I need to make this one black again. Okay, I'm just going to go with the 10-degree ones for now. I mean, this isn't an experiment, so now I want to save this with both first. So let's call it, what did I call the other one? Circle ref 30 and 45. So this is circle ref 5 and 10. And what I'll do is I do a small one, which I'll delete the outer ones on the small one. See us. Okay, now I'll delete these inside ones. Oops. And then I'll save just the outside as a larger version because we don't need both sets of references. Hang on, did we actually save that last one? Why did the name change? Did I not hit save? No. Well, fine. We'll just go with a large one then. It didn't save. It's what you get for satisfactory while tired. Maybe I should take bets on if I'm going to fall into the void tonight. F5 and 10. And this one is beam based, so I'm just going to use a beam as an icon. Save. Look, now it's actually saved. One gift sub if you do. Again, not sure having my wife pay for the gift subs is a useful thing. So the thing is, even if we want a smaller one, we should be able to like snap this to here and then nudge it inwards, or even possibly snap it right on the edge. No, it's going to snap to the beam, but we can go around here, and so if we want a larger circle, we can nudge it out, and if we want a smaller circle, we can nudge it in. Okay, so this, let me just try and build it to make sure it's actually saved. And there's no gaps, that looks good. Okay, so circle reference done. So the other one I wanted to do was kind of just a 5-degree path and a 10-degree path. Actually, 10-degree path you don't need because you can very easily do it with barriers. But a 5-degree one is useful to have. So this is just basically automating and blueprinting. What a 5-degree one will look like. Might actually bring that a bit further this way. So that's our not 5-degree mobile maglock. Now, the way to do this is again using a foundation, and you rotate it 5 degrees. So, and this is fiddly. This is the fiddly way to doing this. Actually, I'm going to show you the less fiddly way. Is the less fiddly way less fiddly? It's been a while since I've done it. The way I used to do it was I used to put a painted beam on the corner here. Stick that there. Basically this corner here is the middle of the forward one, but you want to rotate this
Mario
here.
32 Rue just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Mario 32 Rue, and welcome to the channel.
Thank you very much, Mario 32, for the follow. Welcome to the channel. So rotate this by 5 degrees like that. If I nudge this now, actually we can probably just nudge it down and be done with it. So that is an exact join on the corner here. Like in VR, you can get super close, and it's like you're not going to get any closer than that as far as a join. But this slab here is at a 5-degree angle, so they overlap this side. So if we delete this one, if we save this, because the blueprint itself snaps to the grid, this should allow us to easily put a 5-degree foundation on top of another one. We're going to call this curve. Five degree, and this is curving to the right. And what we'll do is we'll make another one that goes to the left. Same, this is architecture, curves and circles. And we'll just use a concrete foundation. Is it not called a concrete foundation? Where's the... That looks like a 2 meter tall one. Where's the 1 meter tall one? That's the polished one. Those are the 3... Hang on, that's... They look the same. I'm just going to go with this one. It's confused. Save. Okay, now we do the same again. Now, we probably don't even need that bottom foundation, because we can just put this reference point directly on the ground there. And rotate that 5 degrees. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is our reference cross here, so the corner is still correct. So that should be correct. So now, if we put these on our quick bar, I don't need these temp ones anymore, so let's overwrite those. So let's have a 5-degree right. Oh, that was a build, not a shortcut. Right. Left. Okay, so if we come over here, and so we want to curve, let's curve that way. So that's a left. So it'd be left. Should be able to put this on here. I just realized that forward facing direction is probably, is the forward facing direction important? Yes, yes it is. Okay. And it's got to keep going sideways, great. So if you just keep going around like this. Okay, I think we need to snap above it. Actually, it might snap on the end and back 1 meter. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Okay. Just put it on the end in 1 meter like that. So then you have a very gradual 5-degree curve all the way around without having to manually rotate or fiddle with each segment at a time. Okay, so those were kind of the two, or the couple of different blueprints I wanted to set up because they might be useful in kind of the design, design of the factory I'm looking at. So I think, how are we for resources? We have some concrete. We're getting a bit low on beams. So I might pop over and manually get some beams and concrete. We do have the depot, and there is steel beams and concrete in the depot, but I go through a lot of concrete and beams when I'm doing architecture. Funnily enough, silica isn't too bad. I've never run out of silica, so I don't tend to go crazy on windows. So let's go over to the concrete and the steel factory. And actually, let's say hello to the doggos first. How are you going, doggos? Timmy has given me some nuts. Thank you, Timmy. What are these three doing over here? Scratch. I guess some of that's useful. Thanks, Scratch. Snowy. So Snowy is a new doggo. We just picked him up last session. Electromagnetic control rod. So that's pretty valuable. Don't have an immediate use for it. And this one should be George. George was our first doggo. He's been out hunting hogs, apparently. So I'm just going to dump the electromagnetic rods in the container here because we really don't need to carry those around. The rest is fine though. Let's jump up here and go stock ourselves up with some building supplies. So we're still very early in the playthrough here. We're working our way through phase 2, hence working on versatile frames. So we have our basics factory off to the left here, which is making all your basic rods and iron sheets and things like that. Missed. Oh, got it. Excellent. I have a super basic concrete factory down here that I really need to turn into a proper factory. But all it's doing is feeding the depots. So let's just grab a few stacks of this. And then back here we have our steel factory. So this steel factory is making everything up to motors at the moment. So it's just making 5 products. And these factories are not big factories designed for high throughput for other factories. These are pretty much just building supplies. So steel beams is what I need. Still got extra junk on me, so can I delete grass? I've got tickets on me for some reason. Don't need that many frames. Don't need 8 extra quick wire. That'll do. And if I drop the tickets off on the way back to base, then we'll have plenty of room to do our building and maybe pick up a bit of grass, because we'll probably need to clear some space in some areas. I really don't need different types of nobelisks either. That'll do, I think. Now, since the last stream, I have done a little bit of work off stream and running a new, more permanent power line out to where the Versatile Frames factory is. So when we first built, we did this ad hoc. You can see a cable going off in the distance that way. And it's just basically heading across. But now I've made this line this way that kind of is a bit more... Well, I've actually put supports under them for a start, which is a big change, because the rest were just placed ad hoc. This kind of comes along the back here and is mostly level behind the other factories. Normally I'm on the left branch. Left line. I don't hit a tree on this side. So this is as far as the new power line goes, because the rest of down there is a bit haphazard. And kind of, whoops, fell off. Fine, we'll go down to the other ones. Because we were kind of exploring the area here, so it's kind of crisscrosses around a bit. We actually don't need this one, I don't think. And this one has one line going down to there, which I think is actually the one providing power. The other one is going there, which is providing power to the drill. So we kind of need both of those. Although that one there could link up to that one. I think having a big honking one down there is not needed. We can probably run a small line from there down to the factory. So that is going to turn my factory off if I break it. So this is the factory we're making down here. So there are 4 impure nodes down here of iron, and then there's a pure and a normal node of coal, and there's a void of doom there that if I ever misstep and fall, I am doomed. So this is the factory. We've got 1, 2 miners there, 1 miner there, 1 up the back. So each one has like a little cluster of smelters just for each miner. And then the iron output of the smelters goes into 4 foundries, which makes the steel. And then we have iron and steel that goes into our blueprint factory here. And the blueprint factory makes these little guys. Makes... How is there still a immersive right next to your miner? Because it's sitting on uranium. Is why. Although I should be able to quickly... I've been too paranoid to pick it up, but I think I can get it. But yeah, that little cluster near that thing has uranium all around the edges and a uranium bit on top, and the immersive is sitting on top of the uranium. So yes, I'm aware it's there and I will get to it. So yeah, the idea today is to add some proper walkways and walls and windows to the factory here. Yeah, it is a bit spicy, and this early in the game I have no radiation protection, so I tend to avoid anything that has radiation. So deleting this power is not only going to cut the factory, but it's also our way out of here at the moment. So I think I need to delete it from above. Yeah, that mesosphere, I kind of need to glide in from above and loot it before I land. Excuse me. Oh. Hang on, I'm gonna mute myself and cough a bit more. And have a drink. Back in a sec. Oh, that's a bit rough. Apologies for that. I'm probably going to cough again sometime because I'm getting over a bit of a cold at the moment. But I washed the cough down with some nice spiced ginger beer. So yeah, you can see there's uranium all around that little outcropping there. And I don't urgently need mesospheres right now, so I've been ignoring it. Okay, so let's actually run some new power before we delete the old power is probably the smart thing to do. I'll probably not make it too pretty because it's easy enough to rerun wiring later when I've got the rest of the walls in place. And all the wiring down below is just temporary as well. It's just poles and stuff. So actually, if I connect, let's actually put a pole. Can I copy that pole? Yes. Let's add that to that existing line there. Just so it's a little neat at least. So that'll at least power the factory. The top bit there is going to lose power, but that's just the hyper thing, and that's all temporary anyway. So I should be able to delete this now. And the only thing I'm losing by deleting this is I can't get out. I will need a way out. I mean, I can get to the hypertube and then walk across. That's probably the easiest way out for now. But that's not a good long-term solution. But the whole point of this was to connect up the new power. So let's go up here. And this is where the output is. And you can see it's already full. Actually, I'm going to need an awesome sink because it's full. This is more than the amount we need to finish phase 2. We only need, that's inventory. Wait for the project pass default. We only need 1,000. And I think I figured out it was like 2.5 rows is 1,000. So this is probably enough for phase 2 and 3 and maybe even phase 4 already. So while I built this such that you can copy this factory and what's the snap button? Snap another one on and scale it up. This is plenty, and I'm making 20 a minute here, so I don't think I'm actually going to need to scale this factory up later, unless I decided to go silly big with project size building. So let's go back this way. And just remembering there's a void there, and I have no jetpack. I am trying to avoid it, yes. I was going to rip up all this concrete and put frames along here, but I think if this is still the walkway and we don't have a proper walkway in yet, then we might need to leave it in place for a bit longer. Yay, it reaches. So now we can delete the old tower route. I'm in dismantle mode. There we go. Okay, so this positioning of this tower can probably be moved as well, but for now that will do.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
We got an ad break coming in already. Reaches, but is it radiation safe? The cable, I don't care if the cable gets irradiated. Although that might give us safer access point to get to that now that it's there. But yeah, this is right in the radiation. So if I'm standing on top of this platform here, you know, I am getting hit by radiation currently. So I should move that radiation indicator. I should move that to the VR HUD rather than the old location. I'll put that on the to-do list. Right. So we're going to go down the bottom there because that's where we're going to build most of the architecture. And once we're down there, I will pause for the ad break and then we will continue afterwards. I'm trying to get the hang of building with the contours of the land, so maybe we can do something around this platform here. We'll have to see, but that's why I'm kind of putting that platform on top there, as that's as a central pillar. But is it safe to go AFK here? Because I got jumped by a stinger last time I was in this area. Is it daytime? Kind of looks daytime-ish. Okay, we're going to pause for an ad break. 3 minutes ad break on Twitch. YouTube, I can't have any control over your ads, unfortunately. You're at your own, but I will be back. I'm just going to take a stretch and a drink break, and we'll be back after the ads. Thanks very much for watching so far.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we are back. Right, how are we going to present this as a walkable factory? And I started with this line across here just sort of as a general ballpark to see if I wanted this to be the floor level for the factory floor. This line here clears all the conveyors. It actually could go a little lower though. And I'm wondering if we go down there, this would actually line up with the edge of the miner. So I think we might bring everything down a meter. Is that going to clear what's over here? Yeah, that will still clear that. Okay, so we'll go a meter lower than this. We could also have it sort of tiered. I was trying to think. Definitely do some belt tidying here to make it a bit more uniform. So let's go with this as the height. But we also want to line it up with the edge. That will be very close to the edge there. Let's try that. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to actually use some glass walkways so that you can see the logistics underneath. So that's under architecture. Now, when I first started playing, I used flat roofs as floors because I thought that's what the glass floor was. But there is actually the glass frame floor, which is an actual proper floor, which I only found out about later, and this has the proper dimensions of foundations. So yeah, it was a bit... My early factories were a bit odd as far as glass floors went. Does that line up nicely there? It's not too bad as far as an alignment goes. Bit of a shame that the beam is pretty much exactly over where the conveyor belt is, but that's fine. Now, what I might do is I might put a half solid foundation through this line here. So can I do that here? Half. Although that does kind of cover up the constructor. I think that's okay though. Now, do I want a solid border on this side? I think I might run into the machines if I do. Yeah, it does. But I could actually kind of nudge. Why is it not nudging? Ah, okay, it's sideways. Which way is forward? That's forward. No, that's backwards. Like this glass here doesn't need to be the full width of a foundation. It can be overlaid a bit. That way you've still got half a metre of solid either side. But you can still walk around it a bit and see through below. I mean, maybe I should have just done all of this as concrete to begin with, just to get sort of the floor layout properly. We move that way, it will actually overlap with the maintenance for the miner here. That's kind of why we went with this height, so it does line up with the miners. So this is our product output. I'll leave that for later, but we could put a glass over here and have a hole so it's coming up out through the hole. Or we could just leave it open air like this. This one here I might just have like a walkway out to it. And that's the thing is, do I make all of these sort of a metal finish instead? That might look better. Because I don't have the shiny concrete layer. You usually like the shiny concrete. The shiny concrete is nice. But actually, I don't have the gunmetal one at the moment. I would need to go to the awesome shop and unlock that. So maybe that's something we do later. But so this is kind of the walk floor. Because we can do more catwalk type situations around the machines. So let's rotate that way. So this wall here is our great wall to keep Mr. Nuclear Hog on that side. So far, other than when I originally landed here, he hasn't caused any trouble yet, although he's walking pretty close to the wall this time. But we haven't had to get rough with him yet. That's the thing, I could do a walkway over here, but it might... Yeah, I think a walkway is okay. I don't want to use the glass too much. The glass is cool. Need to figure out what to do with the side. Okay, so the idea is we would put some safety rails around here. Even though there's new railings, I keep coming back to the old familiar ones. My nudge is like 90 degrees off the entire evening so far. It's a bit odd. Okay, now this section here, because this is basically on a different alignment grid. It's the same height grid, but a different alignment grid. We put a... this foundation here is lined up with the lifts, but not lined up with the floors. So if we put that there like that, and bring that up to the same height, we can then put holes in the right place for the two lifts. We can still pave with this one and this one here. So the holes look like they belong in the right place. I don't know if I want to keep the flowers or blow them up. They're a little bit of colour in an otherwise very boring factory at the moment. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to basically get this lined up with the run of conveyors down the middle there, so it's much easier to do it from this angle. So that'll go down like that. So we can walk down under the constructors there and look down at all the logistics below. Even though the logistics are just boring old iron ore at the moment. Okay. Now these are actually a lower level than the ones over there, so I could actually do a ramp here and move these lower. I should give it a little bit more character perhaps. Is that the right height for this walkway? Yes, it is. Nice. Sorry, I meant to press that button so I can select the half meter. Hey, look, that lines up with the miner. This whole area was surprisingly flat, other than the massive pylons in the middle of it. Okay. So that way, if we want to keep the plant, we've kind of got a bit of a hole for it, and we can walk through here, past all the ugly power poles. Except we're clipping into the machines here, so we're going to have to change the end here. Yeah, because we can't move over there, otherwise we'll hit the lifts. So from here onwards, we're going to need to change it a little bit. We could potentially just... no, I'm going to leave that for now. Now, one thing I did last time is I worked really hard to make these sort of stumpy lifts here. And then I looked at someone else's save, which didn't use stumpy lifts, and it actually looked really cool with the lifts changing heights without lifts. Sorry, the conveyors changing heights without lifts. So I'm just going to actually delete those and put in little lifts like that instead. Yeah, I thought that might be not quite lined up. So that map I was looking at was the infamous Big Booty Tom map, which is a very dense factory that covers the entire dune desert. And it is just a sea of conveyors and machines all intertwined. And it is one of the most amazing saves I've seen. And I was flying around it in VR, testing out the 5080. It still kills the frame rate, but it was still a lot more smoother than my old graphics card. But he had these conveyor belts that would constantly go up and down different levels, and he didn't use lifts for small things like this. He just had... I think that's curved mode and that's default mode. They look a little different. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So I'm going to try using more diagonal lifts for height changes, just to add a bit more texture to things. Real factories use slope conveyors? Yes, they do. I mean, you still get large lifts in factories, but for small height changes like that, yes, a slope is probably much more common and realistic. Nope, that's too high. So I did want some access to get down here for maintenance purposes. Top Dionix, g'day, how's it going? Welcome back. We are attempting to make this factory look like a factory. I don't know if it's succeeding very much so far. And thank you very much for the yippee. Hang on, I'm just going to have a drink of water. If I can not knock it off the table. Just a second. Or ginger beer. Okay. Now I have no idea what to do in the middle here. I could just leave it as a courtyard slash garden, I think. Maybe this is where we use our circle blueprint and try and do a curve around the edge. I wonder if that would work. We can do it as an experiment. Okay, that's good. It's actually grid aligned as well as grid height aligned. So I didn't actually put it on the shortcut bar. So at the start of the stream, I made some experimental circle guides like this, which I don't know if it's going to work in this context. But for a start, that is exactly 4 meters across. Or four slabs across, I mean. to think what kind of curve I want. Where are we right now on the map? I'll show you. We are... So this is the blue crater here. So we are northeast of the blue crater. So we are in spitting distance of everyone's favorite swamp. So our home base is over here, and we basically zip-lined from way off in the distance here. We have a void just there that we're trying not to fall into. So if we head back that way, I mean, you can see the space elevator in the distance there, that's where the grassy fields are. But the actual home base is kind of that direction. But yes, we are not too far from the swamp. We are in an odd little location that I've never built in, which is why we're building here, because I'm trying some different things. So this area has 4 impure iron nodes and a normal node of coal and a pure node of coal. I think the pure one's here and the normal one's here. So we're using this to basically make steel. So we're making an all steel versatile frameworks factory. Yeah, it's when I got here, it's like I'm just going to pop over here and scout it out. It's like I think I beat up 5 or 6 different large stingers. I got a neighbor over the back here that I'm trying not to upset, who is a nuclear hog. He killed me the first time I landed here. He was not happy to see me. There was a sulfur alpha hog and a number of spitters, but spitters are not too worried about. But yeah, I think there's some stingers spawned down there. And even last session where I had most of the factory built, I was just minding my own business over in this corner here. And I got jumped by a large stinger from over in this direction. So at night time, this is a bit of a dangerous side of the factory to be in. So yeah, it is a very interesting place, and it's also going to be tricky to get out of. I zip-lined in here on the power line, but I'm going to have to make... I mean, I've got the hypertube up to the top there, so I'm going to make kind of a lookout platform up there, but yeah. So now... Okay, that is too high. That's fine, I can... Oh, I made the classic blunder. When I made this reference circle, I used 1 meter, which means if I snap 2 meters, everything's going to be out by ½ a meter. Whoops. Okay, so basically I can snap foundations all the way around here, and then I can nudge them out as need be. So let's start from this point here, actually. I think I want to make it go out to here. So that's kind of the edge of the circle I want it to be at. So then I can move around and figure out which one then lines up best down the bottom, except it's kind of buried. So that's actually 30 degrees, I think, because black was the middle and this is the red one. So if I go black again, and then red again, oh, nudge, not that way. Bad nudge. That was red, so that black one there. I mean, we can cut those slabs out there, so this circle isn't too bad on this side, but it is going to cut in that side a bit if I use this diameter circle. 1, 2, 3.
Habikuryuga just followed you. Thanks for the follow,
Habikuryuga. Hey, welcome. Channel. Hang on, you're on YouTube and you just followed me on Twitch. Stairs here. These stairs you can get in the Awesome Shop. These are part of the architecture, part of the modern railing section, so the modern catwalks. So there is, if you haven't got it already, there's an Awesome Shop which lets you buy additional cosmetics effectively. And there's one unlock that will unlock all of these. There is also concrete stairs. So if I wanted to, I could have done concrete stairs. Maybe I should do concrete stairs. Excuse me. Because I haven't really used concrete stairs before. Ladders do exist, yes. Ladders are actually really... Are they an awesome shop unlock? I can't remember. Oh, sorry for the cough. Hang on, I'm going to mute myself and cough a bit more and have a drink. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I think I finished coughing for now. Sorry about that. Okay, so awesome shop. Yeah, the first thing I buy is the holes for lifts. So the awesome shop unlocks fairly early, and you get the awesome shop and the awesome sink. So the awesome shop unfortunately takes screws, and I never carry screws around because the only thing that you need to build with screws is the awesome shop. So I'll have to handcraft some screws. Screws. I should just like chuck 200 in a depot just so I can build awesome shops every now and again. This is quite slow actually. Factory design could really use some ladders. Yes, ladders and stairs can make a big difference. Or you could just use hypertubes. Oh, my controller went to sleep. That's how exciting handcrafting screws was. Okay. So you have 200 screws and you can build an awesome shop, which is this little thing, which is basically customized unlockables. Now, I'm still fairly early game, but I have unlocked a lot of things. So you can get conveyor mounts for different places, including wall holes and lift floor holes. The throughput counter is really useful. You can get wall power connectors, which are great. I love them instead of power poles. So you get all these different things and... oh, sorry. You can get different paint finishes. Different materials for finishing your foundations and things, because the base foundation is annoying. I need to unlock grip metal. I wanted to use grip metal here and I realized I haven't unlocked it. But here's the factory ladder. So under the architecture you have factory ladder and modern catwalks. These are brilliant for, you know, making walkways around your factory. Modern railings are good for giving some safety features. Beams and frames, all sorts of good stuff. Now, yes, hypertubes do need power. The way these all cost tickets, the fix-it coupons, which don't grow on trees exactly, although you can use trees to grow them. What you need to do is you need to build an awesome sink, which is one big bugger. And this takes power, and you input into the awesome sink all the junk you don't want anymore. And basically, the points go in here, and over time it will earn you coupons from what you sink. Now let me just grab some power, because I can probably print some tickets right here, because it's been ticking away for a while. Where's the PowerPoint? Any PowerPoint, please? Come on, it's got to be... oh, it's full. Wow. They're all hiding. Give me some power. That one's full. Actually, I just had a brain move. So here we go. So this is with power, and I've got one of these at home. Actually, I've got one of these in every factory, because once your storage is filled up with parts, rather than have your factory do nothing, you send the excess over here, and then you can print out coupons. So I've got 17 saved up here, so print them out. And then you can come over to the awesome shop here. And you can go, what did I want? I wanted grip metal foundation. So I add that to my shopping cart. I'm tempted to get these, but I've got coupons at home, so I'll wait until I'm home to get those. And then you go to your cart and you go buy. And it unlocks everything.
Thank you for investing into our internal closed economy. Your contributions provide aid to many good fixed
So now
causes.
I've unlocked that material. I can open the build menu, go into the customizer, go to grip metal, and I can paint these old concrete ones with grip metal. So that's just one of the things you can unlock. But yes, you can unlock ladders and staircases and all sorts of things there. Before you have the shop, you can use ladders on the storage containers. Yes, you can. Even most of the machines have stairs on the side. Another trick you can do, I like doing early, is to use, not the power platform, that's a bit later. Really early on, you unlock the lookout tower. And this lookout tower has a ladder built into it. So what you can do is if you put this on the floor of your factory, or even, you can sink it down, you can use this as a ladder and you can set it up height-wise so that this level here is the next height level for your factory. So you can use these really early on as sort of a quick, bulky ladder for getting up and down factories. Yes. So in the awesome shop, as well as the wall ones, you can unlock Mark II and Mark III. The main power poles, I think that's unlocked through progression. Yes, I've got the power pole Mark II here, which has 7 power line connectors available to it. And the power towers are power poles for going very long distances. So I'm a bit low down here and I'm kind of stuck, but you see that line there? That's going from one power tower there to one that's sort of behind there. So very long distance power runs, you can use your power tower. And then when you get to your factory, you can run shorter lines from there down into it. So the Mark II power poles are in here as well. I thought they were normal progression. You could also get a boombox and different soundtracks from different games. There's some silly stuff in here. The factory cart is... Oh, I've got enough to unlock this. Why not? Can't believe I hadn't unlocked the factory cart yet.
The Fix-It Factory card navigates on Fix-It foundation surfaces with extreme efficiency. Not intended for use on hazardous terrain, mildly hazardous terrain, reasonably safe terrain, or general terrains. Fix-It reserves the right to subtract damage to or loss off vehicle from your Shave the Day completion bonus package. For more information about this bonus package, please visit our information booth in Earth, open on the first Tuesdays and Wednesdays of the month, between 6:25 a.m. and 6:53 a.m.
I can make 100 factory carts. Okay. Oh, stupid cough. Apologies, folks. I need a noise filter that auto filters out coughing. Okay, so the factory cart. This little thing, you stick it in your hands, of all things. And you have a factory cart. And you can plonk it on the ground. I'm just going to pause and cough for a bit. Sorry, back in a sec. Oh, right. Yes, in the MAM. That does actually ring a bell now, just this guy. So the cart is a little cart you can drive around. Actually runs really well. Wow, the turning's not working. Oh, glass. It doesn't like glass. Works well on concrete. Not on glass. It's very slippery on glass. So, yes. I was actually making a Fixmas factory. A Fixmas factory using carts for transport. Then I might actually continue that this year on some streams. Azuren, can you please get me some lozenges from the medicine cabinet? Because these factory carts you can automate. You can use truck stations. They have a capacity of 1, so you can actually automate these carts to go and pick up stuff from one factory and take it to another factory. Now, that talk of auto also awesome sinks reminds me that we actually need to build one for this factory. Hang on a minute, I am being brought...
Buttermenthol?
Buttermenthol, yes please.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Azuran.
Yeah, I've just got to open this packet. There you go.
So now I'm going to have to apologise for slurping, but hopefully there'll be less coughing. Okay. See, this factory... this factory is making versatile frameworks, and my container is full. So these are still puttering away because it's just building up a backlog. But this is probably going to grind to a halt if it hasn't already. Yes, it has, because this is full. So rather than the factory not doing anything, it's preferable to sink the excess in an awesome sink. I might have to stop talking. And now that I was doing this lovely circle, this is actually probably a really good spot to put an awesome sink. Am I just going to plonk it here? I think I'm going to have to get rid of this circle.
Plonk it there.
I think I'm going to have to talk a little less because my throat is complaining, so I'm just going to build for a little bit. And then I'll explain at the end what I've done. But do feel free to ask any questions if you have any questions. But I'm going to pause my tutorial voice for a little bit. I'm looking for my chainsaw. Oh, I've got it in my hand. Okay. Where is it? And the problem is both all the frames come into here and then they immediately go straight up the lift. So we're going to have to move this around a little bit to be able to get a splitter to split off the excess. Actually, I might put it over this hovering there, because that way I'll be lined up with those. Yeah, there has been some pretty nasty flus and colds going around, even down here in our hot weather. I dodged it all winter, only to catch it at the end. Okay, I'm going to get a little fiddly here. I'm actually going to move this coal to the bottom. Because I had a flu like 3 weeks ago, and I got over it in about a week, but the sore throat has persisted and been getting worse in the last few days, which is not good. Yeah, Frack. The doctor is your end will take care of me. Thank you. She should just yelled that she's a nurse. You can be a doctor. Why not both? By putting the coal on the bottom here as well, it also means the more interesting product is going to be on top and visible from above. I need to reconnect the coal lifts because I chopped off the big ones. Now, it doesn't make much sense to have these go all the way there and then split and come back. So what I'll do is I will split. Or does it? Because I'm going to have to bring some of them back from this direction. So maybe I just do bring them all that way and then bring some of them back again. Actually, I will bring this even higher. Now, there's not a lot of point bringing it down and then bringing it up again, so why don't we just... bring it down from that height to the height we need it at. Which is going to be really hard to figure out from here. Although that's actually looks pretty good. Let's try it. Yay, it's level. So the output from both halves comes through here. So we have this side has the versatile frames coming out, and this side has the versatile frames. So they're all merging into here. And then so here, instead of having that, we have a smart splitter. Now the smart splitter is unlocked in the MAM tree and allows you to have simple logic for the flow of items. Did that actually snap? Oh yes, it does. Good. Come on, let me access the settings. Here's a smart splitter, right? Yes, it is. Okay, there it is. Awesome syncs are linked. Yes, they are. Yep, the cost of things in the Awesome Sync is exponential, so it will slow down over time. But as you get bigger factories with more advanced parts, then it will ramp up again. Plus, if you just let it go, it just builds up over time. Like as you saw, I had 17 tickets from the last time I checked. So this is a smart splitter, and basically we want all the input that's coming through here. By priority, we want it to come out of the center output, so it will come out through there and up to our distribution point. But on the left, we select that to overflow. So that means that if that route there is chockers full and we can't put any more, then the excess will come out of the overflow, and we put the overflow in the Awesome Sync. That way, what we're syncing is only the excess that we don't need. The other thing you can do to get more coupons is you can turn animal parts into protein, and then turn the protein into DNA, and the DNA is also worth points. And the DNA is worth a different cost to the other stuff you sync. So if you're after some quick points, then the first time you sink some animal DNA, you will get quite a lot of it. Even if you've used up all the cheap and easy material sink stuff. That's why there were 2 lines in the awesome sink. One's a purple line, one's an orange line, I think. If I recall, the purple line is the animal biology throughput. Can we bring it up to the right height there? Yes, we can. So yeah, don't go blowing your early coupons on just any old thing, because it will slow down until you start sinking more advanced parts. So choose wisely. Find some turbo motors lying around a crash site. There's gives lots of tickets. Yes, yes. So if you go to crash sites and get some of that late game stuff, you can. I think I dropped a pack of 6 turbo motors in at the session 1, and got like 40 tickets out of it because it was so early in the game. Right. So we have our versatile frameworks heading this way. They all get merged into there. Then the smart splitter will send them by priority up to our storage at the top, but if that's full, it will send the rest of them through here and into our awesome sink, which has no power. Now that we've got floors, we can start doing more neat power wiring by attaching these under the floors like this. So power. Now the awesome sinks do chew up some power as they're crunching things. So this is the sort of the general points rate that I'm generating from my other factories overflow. So the basics factory and the steels factory. With this flooding in, this should get a spike because we're dealing with higher grade materials that are flooding in very fast because there's a backlog. So we'll give that a minute because it takes a minute to adjust. Pop D on X, played with 2 other friends, so we used to get loads of DNA off the sink. First 3 statues right now. Ah, cool. I haven't bothered unlocking the statues yet. Certainly on some of my other save games, I've certainly got enough coupons to. Now, is this the same height? Oops. Oh, look at that. I even got the height right. Yeah, these awesome sinks are huge. Usually vertically, like trying to fit this thing under something and this antenna sticking out the top. That's why our poor crescent garden that we were going to make. Hey, look, I just got to look at this spike. So this is the general points per minute, which was, what was it, 51,000 points per minute I was generating. And now that's spiked to 346,000 points per minute. Now, all the buffer's gone. Now we're just trickling through. So that was just a burst from the backlog of parts that were left over. So that will drop down again now.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Saving for the golden
Please
nut.
seek
Ah,
shelter.
if you buy the lesser statues first, then it gets very hard to get the 1,000 ticket. Possibly. I just know that by end game, I tend to have a lot of tickets to just gather up. Yep, so there's the graph has dropped down. Now it'll be interesting to see what it levels out to. But that was a Twitch ad break warning, so I'm going to take a break, have another drink, maybe get another butter menthol, and I will be back after the ad break. Thanks for watching so far. And apologies for the croaky voice and the coughing.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we're back. So yes, after that initial peak, our line has dropped down. So we were on 53,000 per minute points. Now we're on 74,000. So we have jumped up, 20,000 points a minute just from putting the overflow rhythm in this factory into this sink. And now it means all the machines can keep running and purring away. And if I tune the balance correctly, they should be 100% proficient. They are showing yellow lights. Why are they showing yellow lights? We have a steel shortage. What did I break? According to this, we're not getting enough iron through. Which seems odd. Okay, the output from the miner is blocked, so it's not like we're using all the iron. Did I break one of the smelters? That's full. That one's not getting any. Oh, that's funny. So in the initial blueprint, I forgot to put a conveyor belt in here. And I've only just figured that out. I thought I fixed them all. Look, it's missing from here too. Come on. This is why you should always check your blueprints before you start slapping them down everywhere. Let's go check the other smelters over here. Yep, so that one's there. And that one's there, so I fixed this side, but not the other side. That's odd. I thought I had fixed both. Oh, missed. Oops, I just souped that a long way. We did have a tree surround for potting trees. I wonder if that would fit and suit this area. It's a pretty large area, but this tree is a bit spread out. That's not too bad, space-wise. Probably get some of these little weeds out. Come on, pick up the leaf. Is my inventory full of weeds? It's a wonky tree. It is a wonky tree. No, I have inventory space. Why don't this weed pick up? There we go. I mean, I could do like a custom. I could do a little one around each trunk, but I think that's fine. I could put a little pot plant in the middle there, maybe. Maybe I should try and use stairs more often. Actually, this might be a good place to snap it onto here. It's going to be a little bit of a gap because that does exceed the size of the area, but that's not too bad. Alright, it's a bit small to fill the hole. But this, maybe that one or a bigger one. Really want it rotated a bit. Okay. So if I want to get the angle that is exactly between these 2 points, let's see if I can do that. I can get the angle easily enough. It's the center point that is challenging. So if you use a beam and you use it in freeform mode, you can connect it together like that. And then that beam is exactly angled equally between them. How do I live with the Z fighting? I ignore it until I fix it. You mean like that little bit down there, or? The problem is getting the halfway point of this. Although, one way of doing is to do 2 of them. Basically, if you do it from either angle, then you can do one either side. Like that. And then if you snap one of these onto each of them, I mean, there's a little bit of Z fighting there, but now there isn't. The Z fighting's gone. There's still a little hole there, but I should just be able to... No, I'm not going to be able to get the middle point again, am I? Stairs are one of the examples I've seen in the past. Yes, I've been ignoring... I mean, I'm mainly just laying down the bits at the moment. But yes, I do tend to ignore Z fighting to a degree. You know, I think that'll do. I don't think we're too worried about having a tiny hole there. No one's going to fall in that. I mean, I could actually do... I wonder if this would work. I mean, it's still got a tiny hole. See, from here you can't see the Z fighting. And from here you can't see it. There are ways of fixing it. Some ways are easy and some ways are over the top. I can, if I find another bit of Z waving, I can show you a couple of tricks. So the other thing is, if I change it all to this material, which I was proposing, then it might get better or it might get worse. And I have no idea. Oh, this is probably going to be terrible for the angled steps, though. Yeah, see, this one doesn't work so well with overlaps because it has such a strong border, which is why I don't tend to use it a lot. So the steps here I might keep as concrete. That overlap is a bit annoying there. I mean, it's not terrible. I keep saying not terrible. Materials, where is it? Materials. Given how we're bending it beyond the basic function of what it's supposed to be as far as let's build a factory, it's pretty versatile. Yeah, well, what about this? What about this? Oh no, triggering. So let's test it. So sometimes if you build, I don't know if this works with the grip metal, but on other slabs, if you build a pillar like that on top, delete it, rebuild it on, it actually changes the height slightly. Well, it did the height slightly, but it's now lower. So it kind of worked. Let's fix the Z fighting, but now the concrete is in the way. So that actually lowered the floor ever so slightly. So we want to actually raise it a little bit. So let's do it the hard way. Actually, no, not there. Actually, doesn't really matter. Anywhere here. So the hard way is to put 2 pillars on it like this, and then you use a magic road barrier. And the magic road barrier can slide up and down this at any point. So I might leave a floor there to show where it is, because we actually want it slightly higher. So that's on the floor and that's slightly higher. I'm going to lock it in place. So that is slightly higher than the floor. So then if we delete this and now we snap to the barrier, That should be above it. Hey, relax. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's been a year since I became affiliate. How time flies. Concrete merge is the best. Yes, asphalt is the best, but asphalt is just very black. I usually go the coated concrete, the shiny stuff, but I haven't unlocked that yet because it takes plastic, and the only plastic I have is the stuff that doggos have kindly brought to me. So once we're on the next phase, we will have plastic in abundance and we can make everything shiny. But until then, we're kind of stuck with the plain concrete. So yeah, that is the painstaking way to make things ever so slightly different heights to not have them Z fighting. And that way you can also... Do I want to bother with it here? This one I actually might just bring it up a half meter and make it a feature. That way it's actually kind of looks like it's intended to be. Don't like those. Wow, even a half meter step is just ever so slightly not in the center. Trip hazard. Is it a I have fixes disabled. Yes, yellow swag. At this point of the game, I'm not prepared to make a Fixmas factory because I don't have hover pack. I'm still doing, you know, basic iron and coal, copper stuff as it is. Plus, my intent for these videos is to make edited, shorter versions for YouTube, sort of as a Let's Play series. And I didn't want to have presents flying everywhere. So, I mean, I could just leave that hole there. So yes, I have Fixmas turned off, and Ada was very pleased about it. I do have Fixmas on my other save game, and I am probably going to be doing some streams. You know what? I can do the same sliding bar trick here. I will probably do some Fixmas on my other save because I got partway through Fixmas last year, but then had to stop for various technical reasons. And that was a really fun Fixmas build where I was using factory carts to deliver parts between different Fixmas factories. So there were factory carts going all over the place. It was great fun. First time chat viewer, Max 2K18. Is this native? It is a mod. So Satisfactory itself does not support VR. So this is a mod. It is using UEVR, which is the Unreal Engine VR mod, which works with a lot of VR games, but this has an in-game mod on top of it to give a total conversion of VR. So I have VR hands. I can do things with the hands. It has custom UE built solely for VR. It has a custom heads-up display with a compass and map icons of things in the different distance that you can turn on and off. So by default, there's nothing on the HUD at all. Health indicators and things like that are all on the VR HUD only. Vehicles are first-person mode. So I have my little factory cart over here that I was just demoing early. So this is in first person. It's not steering wheel grippy yet. That's still a work in progress. And this glass is very slippery, which is why the cart was stuck in that position. But you can... How do you do the horn? X. You can do third person in the vehicle if you want. But doing first person vehicles is a lot of fun. Especially the Explorer and even the Tractor. Great fun in VR. How did I get the game in VR? I worked on a mod for 18 months and taught myself Unreal Engine game modding is how I got it in VR. For you, it's much easier. You can download the mod and try it out for yourself. So if you are on YouTube, in the description of the YouTube stream, there is a link to the mod. Max, if you want to find out the mod info, I think if you use !mod info in chat, it will print a link to where to find out more about the mod and download the mod. But yes, start of 2024, just when UEVR came out, I went, UEVR is nice in Satisfactory, but the interface is terrible. It really needs a proper mod, and that's when I downloaded the Satisfactory modding. I'm going to turn that siren off. Why did I leave that on? That's when I downloaded the Satisfactory modding kit and started hacking away at it, and released version 1 about 18 months after that point. And so now there's still some stuff to do on the to-do list, but it is pretty much, it will work with Vive. I'm not sure how readable some of the text will be on Vive because the resolution is lower, but I have tried to make things clear enough to read. So yeah, it'll definitely work, and I think we've had some Vive people, but most people are on newer headsets that are a little higher resolution. So if it's Vive Pro, it'll definitely work, but the original Vive was quite low resolution. It would definitely work, so if you just want to run around your factories, or you know, go parachuting or jetpacking, you know, that will definitely work. It's just some of the text might be a bit hard to read on an OG Vive. Okay. So we've got some stairs down to the tree, so we should probably continue that stair motif over the other side here. I think I might just have this one come straight down though. And the beauty about these railings is they also adapt to the side of stairs and ramps. Probably will extend this. Recently added text size improvements to Steam Deck, so choosing a similar screen edition on the host PC might benefit from that too. The resolution on the PC will change the default game UI like this one. So I haven't tried the font changes, but it would probably affect this font size because this is the game's default UI. This is basically what they call screen space UI. But the UI that's on the VR specific stuff, that's in the control of the mod, and I tried to make it clear, but there's only so big you can make the font without making it huge. So I had to find a compromise between readable on lower end headsets without being too overwhelming. And unfortunately, the original Vive was not on my testing. I did test it on a PSVR 2, but that's still a fairly modern headset. I've tested it on a Quest 2 myself, but we have people playing it on all sorts of different headsets. Okay. There's a teeny tiny gap there. That's a safety hazard. Okay. I mean, I'm doing very basic factory layout stuff here. It's floors and railings. So that up there, we should bring frames down to do that. So let's whack a frame around that. We need to zoop vertically. Come on, snap on the bottom. Or I'll nudge you. Probably there. These frames are always hard to click on because you actually have to aim for the frame, and they're full of holes. The other sort of cover we could do is we could do a smaller frame. We could do the big frame, which may fit nicely around it. I'm going to snap it on down here because it's going to be easier to zoop upwards than downwards. No, that didn't even zoop up. Yeah, okay, I don't think we need a big frame there. I think that frame is perfect size for that. And we have more of the smaller frames are kind of snug for the other conveyors, so that's a decent pattern to follow. Now this is probably the most cursed bit of foundation in the game, is the half. If you have a look here, how this lines up or doesn't line up. This is the half width metal coating, but if I rotate it 180 degrees, oh look, it lines up now. So basically one half of this, that's the line there, one half of this hangs over by 10-20 centimeters. So that's one half slab that you really have to get around the right way. Why did I do two of them? I think that's acceptable clipping. Here I might just leave open because it's kind of a thing onto the walkway here. That's copying the wrong thing. Okay. Still got a whole, like I was thinking of putting walls and a roof on this, but you know, we're not even finished with the floor yet. But I'm going to start tidying up the wiring. Calione, bro, sometimes this game feels way too much and I play it normally. How on earth are you playing in VR? It is very chill in VR. It is a lovely place to be in VR. And everything is huge, so the perspective is massive. And that kind of helps, but it also can kind of crowd you as well. But the depth perception really helps in placement sometimes. You're looking for these things here. You got to watch out for stingers though. And there are stingers in this neighborhood. I got jumped last session because I did not pay attention and night fell. And the locals got a bit stroppy. So it can certainly be challenging, but it's also very rewarding. And the feeling of like jetpacking around or hypertubing around is just amazing. I'm going to delete this and it's probably going to break something. Yes, there it goes. Come on, I'm trying to snap. There we go. I actually find it easier to play in VR than I'm playing in flat mode now because I've played so much in VR. I'm used to this sort of scale and depth. That power was connected to that pole I deleted. Right, okay, so let's connect that down to there. Okay, I'm gonna have to upgrade this point. Let's add that extra support there so it looks like it's better supported while we're down here. Where does that pole connect to? I think that was just to my demo. Yeah, that's going to cut all the power to that entire section. That's fine. You know what? I'm just going to delete all the poles and then rewire everything. It's time to rip the poles out. I'm not even going to keep track of what's connected to what. I'm just going to rip it all out. As it all grinds to a halt. Is that all the poles? Nope, there's one in there. Wow, it's suddenly so quiet. So yes, I had played about 1,200 hours of Satisfactory on flat mode before I started working on the VR mod. And since then, I've spent over 1,000 hours of Satisfactory in VR. So yes, I know the game very well. I'm not an expert like some people. I'm still learning things all the time. But I certainly know my way around. You know what? I'm just going to delete those. Any power poles hiding here? I think that's it. A nice sort of spiral staircase up this area here would be nice, actually. Maybe we can fit that in the design. Now we brought power to there. Ah, we deleted the pole that it was going down to. Okay. Let's use that to snap our power on there. And then we can snap that down under here. And then we can run power all the way around under here. So, need a point here that goes to the awesome sink. And across to there. Now this factory has power points there. If I bring it to there, and down to there, not quite lined up with that one, but close enough. So this factory is now powered up. Oops. The miner we can connect into this blueprint here for the smelters, and we'll upgrade that to, trying to copy the connector, nope, that's the power line, there we go, and upgrade that to a Mark II so we can connect power to it. Bring that across. Oh, if I bring that across, I was going to use a Mark II PowerPoint again. I wish it didn't do that. That'll bring the iron production online. Ah, it's on the other side, Dolt. That'll bring the steel production online. So this side should all be powered up now. I really need some access walkways from down here to back up there. Okay, so they look like they're all purring away. This whole factory is purring away. All the smelters are going. Miners drilling. They're all going. Hypertube's powered. Miner is powered. Okay, this half is done. That half's online, but this half is still all red, and the awesome sink is ticking away. Oh, look, we got 3 more coupons. Hey, look, so I cut the power, and we're slowly bringing production back online. So let's connect this miner. Why is there a hole there? Ah, this one's arranged differently. Let's pin it to there. And then that can connect to there. Similarly, that one can connect to down over here. So basically 3 sub-factories. There's that bit of iron, that steel, and then there's the main frames factory in the middle. I hear stingers fighting something. As I said, we haven't quite eradicated all the locals yet. Last time I got jumped from that direction. It was a little startling. I was not expecting it. Because they come out at night. Okay, right, there's a connector there. So if I line that up with there, that will bring that online. Similarly, plug that there. Plus, this is a really, really beautiful world to just hang out in VR, even though it's terrifying. It's like, it really is picturesque. Right, power. Okay, steel is online. And this factory above, there's a power connector there. I could run it down this pole, or I could run it down this pole. Probably better to run it down that one over there. Straight through the lift. Now it looks intentional. Okay, and that's online. So everything is now back online. Power is neat. I still haven't got power up to the top room there, but I was going to replace that whole top room and do something a bit more circular. Just wondering if there's some stingers over there tonight. What kind of power grid do you have right now? I have 16 coal power stations with overclocked to 200%. So it's the equivalent of 32 power stations at 100%. And that is the backbone of my power. But just recently I also whacked my very first geothermal power generator on, which means I have this lovely curve to my graph. So yes, not a lot of power at this stage. And maximum consumption is the blue line. So I'm no problems about meeting the current power requirements, but I'm definitely going to have to upgrade soon. We are unlocking oil next phase. I don't want to build a fuel power station because that's easy mode. So it's usually you build diluted fuel, it's super efficient, and then you upgrade that to turbo fuel, and that's super efficient, and then you end up with this massive rocket fuel that is super efficient, and then that's easy mode. And that's what I usually do. I usually do turbo fuel and rocket fuel. This game I want to make nuclear power because I have never made a nuclear power installation, so I want the primary power for this save to be nuclear. However, that is a long way off as far as tech upgrades and things go, which means I'm going to have to find some solution to make power before then. No battery backup yet, no. As you saw, it's a very simple grid so far. I am going to use a lot more geothermal, but geothermal is not great power output. Oh, now I'm coughing again, sorry. Yeah, geothermal doesn't generate a huge amount of power per thing. So I don't know what the maximum is you can make with geothermal if you use every node on the map. But that's certainly what I'm going to try and do first, is I'm going to use as much geothermal as I can. I could use some power augmenters to boost it as well, but I suspect I will end up having to have some kind of fuel. Yeah, the alien augmenter will help a bit, but it's still only, I think it's 500 plus 10%. Hang on, I'm just going to get a drink. Yeah, because the alien augmenter is more about multiplying power, if I'm only doing it versus coal, it's not going to get me too far. Let's have a look. Alien tech. Power augmenter. Yeah, I actually... Computers. This is the thing I'm holding up at the moment. I've got computers from doggos and crash sites, but I can't make computers yet. I can't even handcraft them yet, I don't think. So I need to get to computers before I can comfortably get to this point. Sorry, I'm just going to have another buttermenthol soother for my throat because my cough is playing up again. 500 plus 10%. Yeah, so that's a lot of... I can't remember the cost of the alien power augmenter, but they do take... I think they take summer sloops and mesospheres. I'm trying to remember. I mean, I could build more coal power. I could go crazy and do some offshore massive coal power plants if I really wanted to avoid fuel. So that is an option, but part of this playthrough is also to try and keep things fairly small. I don't really want to do massive factories. I'm more about space efficiency rather than resource efficiency. So I'm trying to avoid any mega builds at this stage. At this stage, anyway, I've already started planning my heavy modular frame factory, and that's probably going to be huge. But outside of that, I'm going to do a sloped pillar down from there. So yes, I have not crunched the numbers to figure out exactly what I'm doing with power. That's why I say I might have to, or I might have some fuel power just for a bit. Yeah, one perfectly sloped pillar with a perfectly beveled edge, thanks to the power of beams and pillars. So yeah, the thermal power generators, I think, are, is it 500? Hang on, I've taken my power pole down again. Like, they're not terrible for early game power. So this goes from 2600 to 2900, so that's only 300. Or is it 400? $26 the low point. Yeah, so it's about 400 megawatts, and that's a pure thermal generator. I think there's 2 more pures in the area and a normal. You know, what's the time? We could actually go and investigate some thermal power as a change. Like, it is 10:20 here, so it is fairly late. Didn't get as far as I was hoping with the architecture here. This is taking a long time, as architecture tends to do. And this is still just the frame of the floors of the factory. It's got a decent tree walk here with a safety hazard around the edge there. This fence is not stinger proof though, so if there are stingers down below, they are going to get in here. So yeah, I think I might leave the architecture for tonight. We've made some progress, and at least the power is neater. Actually, I'm going to do up the top here, because I did plan to have the frames done all the way around the top this session. I was going to do a circular room up the top here. I wonder if I can quickly try that again. Because this was... Yeah, this is your early game ladder here, up the side of it.
Broadcast detected.
I got another ad break.
Seek shelter.
The idea is that this would be a circular control room, so to speak. So I'm just going to... I should do that after the ad break. Even though there's an ad break, I will pause here. After the ad break, I'll attempt to make this a more smooth, circular platform. And then we will tidy up this conveyor along here, and basically we'll do support frames all the way along for that to run along. And then I think to rack up, we're going to go check out some more geothermal power nodes and increase our power a bit, because I have been meaning to look into that. Okay, so ad break. I'm going to just take a quick bio break and have a drink, and we will be back shortly after that. Thanks very much for watching. See you soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we are back. So as I said, I'm going to quickly attempt to do a circle here, and then we'll do some supports along the edge there for that coal line coming in, and then we'll go find some geothermal power. So let's, at the start of this session, I made a circle reference blueprint. It's a bit experimental. And I didn't get to use it before because I was going to do a curve down the bottom there, and then I realized that I needed to stick an awesome sink somewhere. And the awesome sink took up the entire area. I'm wondering if 30 degrees might be enough. Nah, let's go this one. So this is basically a ring of beams at 5-degree increments. And it's actually about the right size for this viewport as well. So if I just keep to this size, maybe this might work out okay. So basically each of these is at a 5-degree increment. And if you want to know how I made this, check out the start of this video. Although I got a bit confused and it was a bit messy at times, but we did get there in the end. So if you have a foundation here, you can snap it onto these 4-meter beams and it will basically snap evenly to the right place. So the black is the straight angles. So if I do that, see, I have the opportunity here to nudge it out and make it a little wider, which I might do. Let's just go 2 meters more. Oops. You know what? I should have done this a meter higher. Let me do that again. Because otherwise it's going to cover up the reference points with the foundations I'm building. So yeah, before I nudged it down so it was at the level I want, but I'm going to keep it a meter above. So when I snap this on the black one there, nudge it out twice, I'm going to go down a meter. Let's turn off Zoop, thanks. Now I can figure out what angle I want to go at. So that black one there, nope. Oh wow, that's perfect. So that's lined up with the red one, I think. And that is a coincidentally spot-on corner. So the first one was black, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So we're doing it actually every 25 degrees, which is going to be a bit odd. But let's try it and see how it looks. Like, it's not even going to line up evenly, is it? I may regret this. Nope, not that one. Hang on, that actually did line up correctly in the middle. No, it didn't. This is the middle here. This is our forward line, so maybe I should actually redo it and start from this one if I'm going to do this angle. Although, yeah, let's keep going this angle. The thing is, it's probably not going to line up nicely around this other side now. Hey! No, it didn't. Oops, my controller has a bit of stick drift there. So I think I started with the straight angle on the one side where it doesn't matter at all. Let's delete that. Oh, that goes all the way down. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to restart this and pick which side I want to actually line up with things. I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter. Like even that is at a different angle from the rest of this, so it doesn't matter. I wonder if I nudge it out a little bit more, if it will be a different angle. I mean, if it was 30 degrees angle, it would be. Let's try 30. Let's nudge it out 3. I don't even know if that's the right one. I'm doing the same again. This is just 2 nudges. I'm doing the wrong height as well. It is late, people. I am getting tired. Tell you what, let's pick this as the forward direction. We will stick to the 2 meter nudge, so we're still going to do 25. We're going to start with this facing forward, which lines up with that facing forward, so it's actually lining up with our output container. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is the black, but we're doing 25, so it'd be the red. And along the back, I'm not too fussed if it lines up because it's probably going to be closed off with a wall. So I'm going to start from this side again and go around the other way. So the beauty of this is I'm not even counting the beams, I'm just eyeballing it. As long as it snaps to a beam, I know it's going to at least be consistently a multiple of 5 degree around. Oops, no. Now these ones need to be shiny plastic covered, coated concrete. Okay, am I brave enough to delete the reference circle? Let's just do a couple more around here. I am not deleting the container, it is full of stuff. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go straight across the back here. And the way to... Ooh, yeah, that should be lined up. So if we grab a magic beam, we go from that point in freeform mode to this point. I need to actually see the face. There. So this will allow us to snap foundation to that side and then nudge it 4 by 4. And then we do the same here from the other side. Because basically it has to snap from where the beam starts. And I'm not going to get this angle here. I'm probably going to fall off. Hey, got it. So you have one straight back And no one would ever know that this angle is slightly different. Goodbye reference circle. Okay, that actually worked okay. Yes, there's going to be Z fighting here. Don't look. You might go blind. Okay, so there we have... Unless we... The only way to get a smoother circle would be to use half foundations. But then we can go... Give me the pretty windows. They're under walls, aren't they? Maybe don't do a window right in front of the brick there. Does that line up? I think it might. That would be useful, because that way we could have like a walkway across to the other side. Sometimes running your bones while working. You didn't start more Z fighting, right? I did. There was, look, over there, Z fighting. I said avert your eyes. just don't look at it. It'll go away. Ah! See that those walls, at least when you finish overlapping them, the Z fighting goes mostly away. The rivets are Z fighting. Yes, we're building a fish tank. Isn't it beautiful? It's an observatory deck, and we have a really odd shaped circle with 25-degree angles around the edge using the circle blueprint reference that I made at the start. I might actually just get rid of that and put that there. I'm not going to polish it up and finish it tonight. It was just a general test to see if my circle reference was feasible, and yeah, it worked okay. Donk. Now, am I going to miss this jump? Easy. If I use those all the way around, it's going to be a bit ugly. Normally for these I use this frame foundation here. The problem is, these concrete slabs are really easy to run over, and I only felt mildly disturbed by the gaping void of doom below. And these frames, if I remove the foundations, are really painful to run on. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put a walkway around the edge here, using the catwalks. That way, when I do plan on deleting the foundations, but this way there is going to be at least some sane method of running along here. Yes, ball Z fighting. Yeah, these ones are not good for Z fighting. I nudge that half a meter, will it look better? Oops. Now it's not going to line up. Now they're not lining up. Dope. The other way I could do it is I could use these and then use the walkways. But see, this doesn't line up right. See? The spacing is different. See, Z fighting, I don't mind, but inconsistencies in how the railings look, that bugs me. That will kind of fit where that lift is coming down. Definitely needs a lot more architecture down below. Like I'm going to do a wall along the edge down sort of along there and have that sort of curve around and maybe up around the edge. So we've just done some very simple stuff tonight, really. Which is probably fine because like haven't been feeling well, as you might have noticed. So doing something a bit more lightweight. Here's the problem. Every time I build one of these, it's using more and more rods from the depot. And then if I delete it, I don't have the inventory space, and so it leaves a couple of rods behind. Wonder if I can... Surely I have to throw out some other things. I do not need motors. I do not need 3-wire. Don't even need those 50 frameworks. That way we can happily pick up some rods. There are some mods that can help with Z fighting. I don't know if they're good for this kind of thing here. I don't know exactly, like as far as I know, they just vertically nudge things up and down a little bit, which is kind of what we did manually earlier with the pillar trick. That way, that way. Thank you. So the idea is, I mean, it doesn't look too bad with the concrete underneath it and the walkway, actually. Although a lot of the concrete is 2 meters thick and it doesn't need to be 2 meters thick anymore. But I was thinking I'll delete the concrete. And on this other side here, like some of it is very close, but some of it has this gap here. So if I put a proper walkway in here, and maybe occasionally I'll put some concrete beams in to kind of attach the frame to the contour of the wall. But I'm not doing all that tonight. I'm just basically doing the basic frame here now. And the rest of the tidying up I will do later. Okay, so there we've got a more substantial frame for our coal. I probably am not going to be able to jump up there. Although I can probably use the old... Ooh, is that going to work? Or am I going to miss the top? Ooh. Nope. Nope, not going to work. Not going to work. I'll come from the other door side. Ugh. Relax, this is a neat area. Not sure I've built here before. Exactly. It is a neat area and I've never built here before. So it has definitely been an interesting environment to build in. There are 4 iron nodes and they're all impure. And normally I also avoid impure nodes, but it's the only iron around and there's lots of coal. So the 4 impure plus 2 coal was enough for me to get the steel I needed to do this factory here. There's also some sulfur nearby. So sulfur. 300. So up near the coal is there. So it looks like it's the other side of the pole. Maybe it's sulfur. So the idea was that I would also extend like a wing of the factory and build some explosives there. Steel and boom booms. Yep. So because the nobelisks take pipes. And gonna make nobelisks and rebars. Not explosive rebars. I haven't quite unlocked those yet. So I have a nice curve around there, a walkway there. Yeah, should be a nice... It's certainly been an interesting place to build in. So let me just scout over this way. And as I said, I'm not going to run a train line or a truck line at this stage because I can put in the back of a truck manually the amount of project parts I'm going to need for this round. And then later on, I'll probably run a train line out here. So the sulfur is up on that platform there by the looks of it. So if I run that down there, there's some locals there I haven't cleared out yet. But I can run the sulfur. I'll either run it along here or... stupid uranium, or I could run it along the back. Probably makes sense to run it here, which means I'll have to redo this entire area because I'll have 3 conveyor belts. Although by that stage I might have enough belt capacity to just have 1 coal instead of 2 coal. Last time I played my VR playthrough I just unlocked coal. It's been a bit though. Yeah. You should play it some more, Relax. For those who don't know, Relax, myself and Croy VR used to play a VR co-op game, which was challenging because we all were in completely different time zones, so it was almost impossible to all be at the same time. But we still worked on the same shared game for a while and had some good times. I don't think my Twitch history goes back far enough to have those old VODs though. And Relax uses a Catwalk treadmill. So he's literally walking around in this world. Which must make running away from stingers challenging. There's so many games right now. Oh, your Baldur's Gate 3 is a time sink. I have resisted mostly Baldur's Gate 3. I still need to play it. Having issues with your foot? Oh no. You can play without the catwalk. I mean, I'm standing up at the moment, but this is also a perfectly relaxing game to play seated in an armchair. Okay, I'm not going to bother with the rest of the frame along that bit for tonight. I'm just going to leave that there as kind of a progress, because I did say it's getting late. No, a treadmill is not relaxing. Oh, it's good exercise, I'm sure. But you don't need a treadmill to enjoy this game. I'm going to go and we're going to hunt a few more geothermal power nodes. Can I scan for them? Yes, I can. Are there any around here? Nope. Nope. Yeah, that's the one I've already got. And then there's a bunch beyond. Oh, there's a bunch that way. Yeah, the bunch beyond is the one I was thinking of checking out tonight. You know, you can, but I love the immersion of walking around in the factories. Yeah, true, true. It's like I can play it flat, but, you know, once I play so much in VR, it's hard to go back to flat. I like standing up so I can physically turn. I don't know if it makes for a smoother stream, but theoretically it does. I try and do physical turning as I'm doing stick turning as well to try and make it feel a little bit more natural. Do we want to go for that? We haven't died tonight, so we could try dying. So the idea is I zip line in or parachute in, try and loot it as I'm gliding, and try and be there on the... Oh, those creatures are back. Go stand in the poison. Oh. Okay, they're annoyed. Because you have extra reach range when you're gliding. So if I can... Oh, he shot me out of the sky, you fiend! How rude. Yeah, I was just going to yellow it. Although with that hog back, he was not there when I came past earlier today. He has respawned since. Oh, I was hoping the power tower would dissuade them. But there's these poison bushes there. I mean, I could just heal up and jump from here. Saved you from myself. Oh, did he really? I was about to get it. How many berries on me? One of the doggos gave me berries. Let's just eat a few berries. Actually, let's eat some berries. Not too many. We've got to save some for doggos. Actually, I might hold these. So if I need a health boost... Ah, missed! Stuff to jump up. That's not a good start. Maybe I should have done this at the start of the evening when I was only mostly tired. Maybe I hit my head on that. Let's jump out this way more. Loot! Loot! Berry. Success. Although it was an interesting landmark and a good talking point just to have a mesosphere as we flow past every time. All right. Let's see if we can get past this sulfur hog without him shooting me. Like if he hits me now, I should have plenty of glide to be able to get to probably the next platform. Live, laugh, consume. Indeed. See, there's our first geothermal generator over there. First one I've ever built after like 2,000 hours playing the game. Because they're a little underwhelming. But if I'm trying to avoid fuel power as much as possible, then they will be a useful addition. Now, the other problem with geothermal detonators, yeah, they're going to blow up on me, generators, is they take high-speed connectors. Now, I cannot automate high-speed connectors. I can handcraft high-speed connectors, but I cannot handcraft circuit boards. So I'm solely reliant on doggos to bring me circuit boards to make high-speed connectors. So I've got enough for 2. Let's see if doggos are being nice to me. Snowy, that's not useful. George, I've got 200 screws and do not need more than 200 screws. Now, which one of you haven't I talked to yet? Dimmy! Aluminium casing, useful. Where's the other one? Here he is. This is Scratch, I think. Ha! What is it with the biofuel, guys? That's 3 loads of doggo biofuel tonight. Yes, the geothermal does fluctuate, and I haven't built any battery power yet. But if you have multiples and you have battery power to smooth it out, it can be reasonably reliable. How do you give the doggos berries in VR? You just drop it on the ground. So you go into your inventory and you literally drag it and just drop it off to the side of the interface, which puts it on the ground. Hoi! They're my berries! And they eat it. Who was that? George, you pig. I'm going to save that for other doggos. So yes, that's how you do it. Sorry, no VR interactive. Hold it. It would be cool if you could hold it in your hand and hand it out to them, but they are very nervous and you have to drop it on the ground anyway as a gameplay thing. It's not until I've actually nommed it a bit that they are your friend. They think I like biofuel because I fed them berries after they... Yeah, probably. Okay, so I have 25 high-speed connectors, which is enough for 1 geothermal, and I have 42 circuit boards somewhere there. Which is enough for another... Not enough for 3, but I can make 2. So let's make another 25. Because I think there's 2 pure nodes in that area. No problem, relax. It's funny because I can handcraft these. I can't handcraft circuit boards. And I don't think I can buy them from the Awesome Sync yet because I haven't unlocked that tech level. But once we hit the next phase, then we'll have plastics and rubber and we should be able to make circuit boards then. So that will allow us to expand our geothermal power quite a lot. And I think they were kind of that direction. $600 meters. Go. fell off, so... I will run some power from here, that direction. See, they're over there. So can I build that there? Just a temporary one. I need to redo all the towers around here because they're kind of just slapped down. So this spot has sulfur, but it also has geothermal vents, and apparently it has killer bees, otherwise known as flying crabs, which are susceptible to long-range rebars. So you've seen here before, I went up there, saw that and noped out. And that's, I think, when I did have obelisks. So,
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements. The
Oh,
Chrysish is leading
the
a force of
Chrysish.
14 viewers.
Welcome, welcome.
Thanks
Thank you
for
very much for the raid.
Chrysish, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Thank you, Hyrik. Thank you to the Chrysish. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. We are playing some Satisfactory
The
in
Chrysish
VR.
just followed you. Thanks for the follow, the Chrysish, and
Thank
welcome
you.
to the channel.
How are you going, Chrysish? Were you also playing Satisfactory? Hi, Rick. Hi,
Just
hi,
followed
Rick.
you. Thanks for the follow, hi Rick, and welcome to
Welcome,
the
everybody.
channel.
We are a chill Australian on the west coast of Australia. We're streaming when everybody else is usually asleep, and we're playing some Satisfactory in VR. We are still fairly early game. We are working towards phase 2. So we have just built a versatile frameworks factory to generate the second project part. We haven't delivered it to the elevator yet because we're going to move the elevator. But this is my little save. You were, yes, very productive day of not doing very much. I understand that. I was working on the architecture for the factory and I got some floors down. And redid the wiring. But yeah, this is my little save here. We're actually building over near the blue crater. And unlike everyone else, we are not making turbo fuel or rocket fuel here. We are actually making... This is at my starter factory up on the top here. This is making all the basic products like, you know, your plates and your rods and your basic frames and things like that. We have a steel factory down here making everything up to motors. And we have some coal power plants hiding up the back there. 304 years, 14 hours in, not started phase 4 yet. Well done. Is this your first playthrough, Chrysish? This is, I've lost count of which playthrough, although I've technically not finished the game in 1.0. I've finished, because I started way back in update 5, and I finished the game twice back before 1.0, which was basically phase 4, and phase 4 was pretty much of a boss monster. Then second, you completed early access phases. This is your 1.0 save. Yep, same. I finished the early access twice, and sort of 2 3/4 times. I have another save game, which is in phase 4. But this is a fresh playthrough, and this is the first time I'm doing the entire playthrough in VR. So I created the VR mod myself. I'm the mod author, so I can answer any questions about it at all. And I've been working on the mod for a long time, so this is the first time I've actually got to play the game from the beginning in VR, and I'm streaming it for people. Yeah, phase 4 was huge back in the day. People complain about phase 4 now, and it's like, man, back in my day. Now we are out here looking for geothermal power. Let me just scan, because there's that one and that one. So there's 2 in this area. And is that a pure? That's a pure one. That's a pure one. Excellent. And over here we have some more. Come on, tell me what that one is. Not that I'm too fast, because I can't afford to buy any more than 2, so 2 is perfectly. You loved it, 1,000,000% was nails and so rewarding. Yes, yeah, actually finishing phase 4 in the old game was amazing. Okay. I'm just going to whack these down. I'm not going to do any particularly fancy foundations or boundaries. We're just here to get these online. So again, I had not built geothermal generators at all until this playthrough. So I've actually got over 2,000 hours in the game, and I had not built these until just recently. And they are huge, especially in VR. Everything is pretty huge in VR, but these are massive and very cool. There you go, 200 to 600. That was interesting because I was looking at it and thinking it was about 400 on the graph. Maybe it was about 400 average. So yeah, 400 average is how much I'm getting from one of these from a pure node. But the world feels a bit more real once you see this in VR scale. It is an amazing world to be in VR. And it is so detailed. The amount of detail in the game, a lot of things you just don't notice until suddenly you're looking at it up close and personal. Again, just going to put some basic poles down to get these things online. So this playthrough I'm trying to avoid making the massive rocket fuel power towers that I normally make. So we're trying to do as much with power without using fuel as we can. We haven't unlocked fuel yet. Need to head off. School run time here in the UK. No problems. Thank you very much for the raid. You have a great rest of the day. Thank you very much. And a good weekend coming up. Woody TV says, I bet the world... Oh, it was Woody who asked about the world. Yes, yes, Woody. It is amazing. Okay, we now have this power online. How's our graph looking now? Hey, that's better. So now that we have 3 thermal generators, I keep saying detonators, geothermal generators online, this graph is not going to be quite so zigzag, and it's going to be a bit more wibbly wobbly. We will need to set up some battery clusters to smooth this out. But at our peak, we're getting nearly 4 gigawatts of power. And we're only consuming 2.2. So we've got some headroom here now. Rocket fuel's the best. Rocket fuel is the easiest energy. Yep, thanks. Hi, Rick. Catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. Yes, that's the thing is, rocket fuel, diluted fuel, then turbo fuel, then rocket fuel is the easiest, most efficient way of doing power, and it's to the point where it just makes nuclear completely unnecessary. And so I have so many hours in this game, and I have never ever made a nuclear power plant. And so this save, I am determined to make a nuclear power plant. Now the problem with that is nuclear isn't unlocked too much later. So I need to decide what I'm going to do to power. Maybe I will cave and I'll make a fuel power station to tide me over until I've unlocked nuclear. But the idea is as soon as we can unlock nuclear, we're going to attempt to build a big nuclear station that will last us through to the end. Slide jumping in VR is great. I absolutely, the nuclear is intimidating, and I mean I've looked at it a few times, and the core of nuclear isn't too bad. Like you take the uranium and you go through a few steps and you make power. The problem is dealing with the waste. It's harder to clean the waste than it is to actually make the uranium nuclear fuel to begin with. So it is a bit of a conundrum, and that's the reason I just said no, stuff it is too hard, is because it just looked it was overwhelming at the time I was looking at it. But I'm trying to take my time with this save and put a bit more effort into the architecture and things like that, so I am going to do a nuclear build. Yes, so I'll start with uranium, sink the plutonium, and then later on I will change it so the plutonium is also power, and then I will sink the waste from that. I'm not going to do fixonium, I don't think. Hibikuruka, can you pump the waste in the awesome shop? No, you cannot sink the nuclear waste while it is waste. You have to process the waste into a safer format, and then that safer format you can then sink. So you get buckets of slimy uranium waste, and then you need to process it, which takes a whole bunch more complicated resources. And from that you get plutonium pellets, I think, and the plutonium pellets you can then sink in the sink. So you build your nuclear power, you build your processing to turn it into plutonium, and you sink it. And then later on, when you need more fuel, you change it so your plutonium then makes more power, but then you have another cleanup process where you need to take that and then sink the cleaned up version of that. The aluminium requirement for reprocessing is a big problem for keeping nuclear from getting integrated into the rest of the factory in a way where you're not stuffed if it goes offline. Yeah, it's complicated. I don't have too many problems with aluminium. I even do recycled water loops, and my first playthrough I had a few problems, but since then I've kind of got a way that I do aluminium that just seems reliable. But having it as part of a nuclear setup, that's going to be interesting. Okay, what is the time? The time is, it's 11:12. It is a bit late. Is there anything else to do before I wrap up? Kind of the classic VIP junction. Actually, why don't I sign out here and I will pop into some of my other saves and I can show you. So I'm going to save the game here. Below versatile frames. And this was session 3 of the versatile frames factory. Okay, so what's a good example of how I've done? The Outback, I actually made a blueprint for it, and it was reasonably successful. Had to tweak it a few times. Yeah, I can do this one. So the Outback is my last single player save that I haven't finished. Why is that not loading? That's interesting. Let's try loading from it. Session creation failed. Ooh. That's new. Okay, I'm going to quit and restart the game. You do the classic. There's a spot in the red desert that had everything you need for uranium fuel nearby. Nearly everything. Yeah, the pink, is that the Pink Forests area? I was thinking of doing it in there or maybe down in the swamp and having some dedicated train lines feeding everything in. Let me just restart the game. I'm not sure why it's having problems, but... I think there was another save that I did a blueprint for it as well. I've done aluminium setups at least 4 times, and the first time was a bit experimental because I was just learning. Actually, don't need to swap screens. Need to inject into VR. I wonder if they've fixed a bug. There was a bug that I had with, because this old save predates 1.0, and this save I was playing quite heavily when update 8 was experimental, and there's some really broken stuff in this.
Opting out of Fixmas, you have just made one of the best decisions of
Okay,
your life,
Northwest
and
Desert.
spared us both further suffering.
Ah, okay, so in
I
this
have
area,
noted
in the
your
desert.
cooperation and willingness to prioritize Fix-It and kittens and puppies over yourself. You are now eligible for the Fix-It Forgiveness Program, where I will forgive 5 of your future mistakes.
So this blueprint in front of me here, this little hypertube junction, is cursed. And previously, before 1.1, if I tried to delete it, it would crash the game. So that's why it's still there. But now, since the recent spline update, if I walk towards it, let's see if it still does it. Oh, they might have fixed it. They fixed it. Nope, there it goes. Yeah, it breaks gravity. And the thing is, it doesn't just break my gravity. If there's creatures around or trucks around, it will throw them into the air as well. I did report it, but I think I'm the only person who probably has this. There's a truck flying through the air there. Because basically I think it makes a hitbox that's almost infinite. And as soon as I'm out of the hitbox, it redoes the spline collision and drops me down again. So if I delete that, it's fixed. That's just an aside though. We're here for aluminium. Yeah, WTF is exactly. It was a really weird bug for me to try and figure out, because I was mostly working over there, and then just one day I came wandering back here, and then suddenly everything, like this area here, all the trucks here were flying into the air. It was bizarre. So load production. So how many old blueprints? Aluminium ingots. Coke based? Yes, that would be the one. Yeah, basically everything in the area gets thrown up in the air. So this... Hang on, I've got a hover pack. So this is one of my aluminium blueprints all in one. So this is the old Mark 1 blueprint. So this is a 4x4. And if I pull back here a bit, you can probably see it a bit better. So we have 2 refineries and a bunch of smelters. I think it's 5 smelters, which if you know your recipes, you might kind of recognize the recipe we've got here. So this refinery over here is your sloppy alumina, which takes in the bauxite and water, outputs the solution. That comes into the solution here, which also takes in the petroleum coke, which outputs your scrap and water. So the water from this one is 105 per minute, and the water out of this one is 150. So we need extra water in here, but we don't want to clog things up. So, and basically the scrap goes into the smelters, the 5 smelters, to turn into ingots. So all I've done here is I've actually raised it up a bit, which is interesting. So it comes out of here, along here, and in here. The main water feed comes from up above. So it's a simple priority junction in that the main water input comes in from above the loop. But that's it. I haven't really changed anything else. And so it will use the water that is in the pipe first before it uses the incoming extra water here. And that's been stable. I haven't run it in a nuclear setup, so maybe it's not stable. But I haven't had any problems or have my aluminium grind to a halt. And I've seen the videos about the direction of the this cross piece and the weld joints and how that can affect things. I've seen videos about that. So maybe I just fluked the weld joints in the right direction. Yeah, it's not the traditional VIP, but it's pretty much the...
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
I'm just going to
Please seek
delay
shelter.
that ad break for a minute, actually. Give me a sec. Snooze. My general rule of thumb is, as long as you feed in the external water from above, it's pretty stable. Yeah. So that was kind of my first blueprint attempt. I'll load another one. Actually, it was my original save. It's got to be in here somewhere. This one. Munitions is not near it. Yeah, it was, and my first aluminium factory, which was basically hand crafted. This was before blueprints. It gave me grief, and I was trying to use valves to block one way and to restrict flow and all that kind of stuff. And it was just...
By opting out of Fixmas, you have just made one of the best decisions of your life and spared us both.
I think it was about that time that the priority junction thing came to light. Did I make a blueprint for this one?
Prioritize Fix-It and kittens and puppies over yourself. You are now eligible for the Fix-It Forgiveness Program, where I will forgive 5 of your future mistakes.
I don't think I made a blueprint because this is my original save and there's not many blueprints on this one. Actually, now I remember. This one has the old original, but I made a newer one. Let me just head over because I think I still hand built it rather than blueprinting it. I'm trying to remember where to go in this save. This is the save with the cool hypertube network, or at least one of them. So I want to go to HQ to inland, and I want to stop off at where is it? Turbo motors. Turbo motors. That should get me to the right place. Ah. So yeah, this was my first playthrough, which I did finish phase 4, but I've since played it a little bit and sort of started doing phase 5 stuff in it. But I don't have a hypertube directly. Oh! Have I got the bug here as well? I'm being thrown in the air. Ooh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Unless I'm getting stick drift. Maybe I'm getting stick drift. No? Okay, it stopped doing it. That's a bit different. Unless it's because I'm hovering rather than jetpacking. Let's change the jetpack. That's fine. Okay. Well, yeah, but these ones aren't cursed because it was the cursed one because it had a, I think it had a tube that one end didn't actually, it ended in a null point. Anyway, I don't have hypertubes to this new factory, which is why I'm kind of flying out there. And apparently I'm using turbo fuel, not rocket fuel, which could end. Oh yeah, this save is still using turbo fuel. So this is kind of a new thing where I was making trigons up here. But these needed aluminium. So this is like a super simple minimal aluminium setup here. So if I was hand building aluminium, this is how I do it. So this is the same recipe. So on this side, you've got your sloppy alumina. Which takes 200 water in, and then that feeds into this one here, which takes 120 water out. So basically the water out here, and this is the thing, I keep this at the same level. Whenever I do this now, I don't have a rise or anything.
Propaganda broadcast detected.
I keep
Please seek shelter.
the loop at the same height, and then the input pipe feeds in from above. So as long as I feed the input pipe from above, the loop works. I've had trouble with the fluid feedback loops unless something gets interrupted and a valve to prevent the fresh supply backing up the machines to fix that. Yeah, I don't even use valves. haven't needed to, and this has been pretty stable. But this is kind of the simple non-blueprint layout version with just along the ground, keep it all at the same level, loop it around into there, and you're done. And this one I'm just spitting out the scrap, which comes down to here. Because this is just a very small aluminium setup that is pretty much just used for the trigon production, I think. Yes, I'm using the aluminium with Sam to make the fixite ingots, and then they get made into the Toblerones. Now this was fun setting this up because this was quite recent, because this delves into the pink forest. So getting the alumina from the pink forest was interesting, just to build it up in the clouds in the forest here. So yeah, I'm not limiting the extra input flow, I don't think. I mean, let's see. So math, 200 in, 120 out, which means it'll be 80 fresh water required from this tube here. So I don't think I'm limiting it at all. In fact, if I recall, I might even have 2 water generators on here because I was going to scale up later on. So I've got the resources here to pump a lot more. Yep, 2 down here. 120 each, and they're running, where's the efficiency? 22% efficiency. So they are just cranking out water. So I've actually got 240 water a minute pushing through here. And I don't have a single valve limiting its input. So you can see I kind of set it up here so I can build more out this way. So yep, this has 240 coming in here unlimited, and the 120 that's coming around here is still taking priority over the complete amount. No limit at all. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's lots of posts on Reddit about pipes and water are hard, but if you keep it simple and feed it in from above, usually it works. Yeah. Don't need a valve or anything. The hardest one I had was actually a battery. It was a battery factory where there was a fluid loop in it that was actually perfectly balanced. So you needed to input water to get it started, but once it was started, the water was perfectly balanced. And that one I would just find randomly stopping every now and again. And that one took me a while to figure out how to fix that. But that was before like the general knowledge about pipes and things. So yeah, this works. And maybe it's because I'm pushing the water from a long way, and every time I go through a junction like this, it causes, like there was one theory I read on the internet that each junction it goes through adds a lesser priority or something like this. So their solution was to just put lots of T-pieces around the place. So maybe it's because I'm running it so far, but I usually use this design or something similar, and it's worked fine. Now I've got another one. Let's go to... This was our family save. Actually, that's not near where we're going. Let's try that one.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, now take an ad break. I didn't cancel it in time. Yeah, I'm going to grab a drink while this loads. We'll be back. Hang on. Why am I in the middle of the desert?
By Opting out of Fixmas, you have just made one of the best decisions of your life and spared us both further
interesting.
suffering. I have noted your cooperation and willingness to prioritize Fix-It and kittens and puppies over yourself. You are now eligible.
I'll be
for the
back out in
Fix-It
a sec, just
Forgiveness
taking a drink.
Program, where I will forgive 5 of your future mistakes.
Okay, the Twitch ads are probably still running, but given we're just touring around and I need to get to a place, I'm going to start hoofing it over there because I've got a bit of travel to go, because I'm apparently in the middle of the Rocky Desert. Now this is yet another save game. This was our family save game, so I don't have a jetpack. A hoverback. I was playing this with Azuran, and we finished phase 4 literally the night before 1.0 landed. We loaded the last project part in. And we played it a bit more since then. We've done some phase 5 stuff. But I seem to be in a different body from my normal one. Sometimes you get a clone of yourself. You know, you ever had that feeling where you just wake up in the middle of a desert with nothing but a hover pack? This is actually probably an old save as well, because Azuran usually hosts the server, so this would be a backup file from an earlier times that wouldn't have our latest changes in it, but it will have the aluminium factory in it. Just letting the input flow is enough to run smoothly with an layout until the belts get stopped. Then installation ensures the extra feed doesn't fill the backup. We'll be fine. Priority signs left, less thinking though. Yeah. Now that's the thing. I tried it with. Oh, I walked into a beam, kids. That's the problem. Is if you do have an interruption and the fluid gets backed up, then it will have problems. Whereas by using a priority junction, it doesn't matter how much you stick in, it'll just use what it needs. So I should be able to take this line, I think. So there is our rocket fuel power generator. It's going to hit the tree. Oh, I went through it. So that was a turbo fuel power station originally with phase 4 before 1.0 landed. And then after 1.0 I came through and upgraded it, added a few extra floors and upgraded it to rocket fuel. Oh, VR Satisfactory would be cool. I don't think my brain could handle this. I'd get a headache too fast. That's coming from someone with 2,000 hours already. I had 1,000 hours before I started working on the VR mod, and I've now got over 1,000 in VR. It's actually, I find it easier to mentally cope with now because you're in the world. Like it's hard just looking on a Twitch stream to really get what it's like. But it's you're actually in the world. You know, that machine is right there. The fact that it's entirely 3D and all the way around me means it's just a place I am in. which is, it's another whole other level. My voice is 2 seconds ahead of the picture. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm not sure if that's a Twitch stream thing or problem. Okay, so this is our aluminium factory, and in this save, and you can see the same design here, and it's really hard to go past this recipe combination. It just makes it so much easier. So we've got sloppy alumina, which is taking, oh, these are overclocked. So this is taking 333 of water in and 200 out. Now, the important thing here is the feedback loop is just for these two reactors. So these two refineries. So the next set of refineries has its own loop. And I think this is part of the problem with other designs, is if you try and loop multiple machines, it complicates it. So we have 4 overclocked setups here, and each pair of refineries has its own feedback loop. And it is just ground level, doesn't go up, doesn't go down. It's just the same level around from the front into the back. And this junction isn't even like a vertical junction, but this one here is. So maybe this is the bit that's acting as the priority junction. So water comes along the top here, feeds in from above, and then the loop is just per pair of reactors. Yes, if you type !mod info in Twitch chat, it will give you a link and information about the VR mod. And if anyone on YouTube is interested, the YouTube description also has a link to the mod as well. So that will give you the thing. I've got a video on a setup guide on how to install it. There's a really ancient, outdated guide video which goes through most of the stuff, but it's missing cool things like the radial menus. Yeah, if there's also the Flat to VR Discord, if you do have technical problems, there's lots of info on the wiki on troubleshooting.
700 just subscribed to the channel.
Oh, thank you very much,
Support
Glitzer700.
Glitzer
Thank you for the
700.
subscription. I hope you enjoy the mod. I know I certainly do. So yes, this is how I would recommend doing aluminium and keeping the loop just for the 2 machines. You could loop all these 4 together, but I think that would cause problems, because just like your manifolds with your belts don't evenly spread out. If you had all this in one water loop, you'd have more water from that one end of the loop than the other end of the loop, and I think you'd run into problems there. But by having just a simple loop, just the 2 machines, and then feed your water in from above, and it's stable. I don't know, Azura, are you still listening there? Because I kind of did the initial concept for this, but Azuran built most of this factory. As far as I know, she never encountered any problems. It certainly grew a lot from the initial factory we started off with. So yeah, that's a bit of a tour and a look at how I've handled water loops and feedback loops. And I really don't know what's going on with this save. I have almost no gear. I'm really in someone else's body at the moment. Drop. There we go. So this is in progress of being upgraded for phase 5 stuff. Nope, no. Okay. Back on here. There we go. I'm going to head back to home base here and log out here, because it is really late at night over here. And this is our old school warehouse where all the parts get delivered in. Who's this? Is that me? No, that's Azurin. I usually log out up here. There's nobody there. Well, I'm going to log out here, folks. Thanks very much for watching. Hope you had a good time. Thank you very welcome all the raiders who came in. If you like what you saw, please drop me a follow. And I usually stream at this time on a Friday. And usually Satisfactory in VR, occasionally No Man's Sky, but it's predominantly Satisfactory. I had a bit of a late start tonight, but I usually start a bit earlier on in the evening. I'm on the west coast of Western Australia is the west coast of Western Australia, and it is 11:41 p.m. here, so it is past my bedtime because I need my sleep. So I'm just going to see if there's someone to raid over to. YouTube people, thank you very much for watching as well. Hope you like and subscribe, and I'll hope I see you on the next video. So Twitch people, let's see if there's someone to raid out to. Let me just take my headset off and load up my browser. I will be back shortly. Tactical? I'll see. There were a couple of people streaming earlier that were streaming a particular thing that I thought might be interesting to raid. So we will see. Just let me take my headset off. Let me quit the game. Let me fire up a browser. And raid channel. So as a tactical potato you were suggesting Hibiki or someone else? Because I think I will raid Fluxo Builds. Now, Fluxo Builds is an amazing Satisfactory builder, but he's actually playing Star Rupture tonight. Now, there's currently a multiplayer playtest for Star Rupture. Star Rupture is a survival Satisfactory or factory building automation game. So it is similar to Satisfactory, but it's got a bit more survival elements. And I've actually been in the preview before, and it is excellent, and I would love to do a mod for it in VR. But one playtime weekend is not enough time for me to do a VR mod for it. So we're going to raid Fluxo, and we'll see what he's doing, because he normally does amazing architecture and his builds, and Star Rupture is a little bit more limited in building design, but it is a really interesting world to build in, with a slight problem with the sun going nova and scorching everything periodically. So thanks once again for everyone else, and thanks for hanging out in my associate anniversary. Sorry, what's it called? Associate? Yeah, it's I've been with Twitch for a year now. So thanks for hanging out. Yes, thanks, Frack. I will hope to get well too. I'm going to speak less now and go have another soother and have a sleep, and hopefully a sleep in. And I'll see you next week. Good night, everyone.